Good early afternoon to you all. This is starting a little later than I was intending, but I stayed up till 5 in the morning and thus ended up sleeping in through my alarm. And then I had to get some stuff done based upon the video that was being made from yesterday, and finally got that uploaded. It's all good to go. We're able to proceed. Hopefully this goes relatively well. Past daytime streams, thankfully, don't seem to have too many glitches, and we've had some internet issues over the last couple of days, so I'm looking forward to that. Usually during the evening, the wind starts picking up, and sometimes it'll cause the signal to get messed up. One of the benefits of doing things during the daytime. So, anyway, we're going to just begin with this, and we will shift gears later on. We're going to start off with 3D animation and go into Fortnite later on. I would like to get into Among Us, theoretically, one day, but I don't think we have enough people interested to try and pull that off just yet. We used to, but we'll try and get into that in the future once again. Anyway, let me begin, and I'll chat with you all in a little while.
My name is Jeff.
Greetings, Jersey. How you doing? This right here is the updated model for the next Lego animation. These animations come out very slowly, which is a shame. I wish that they came out faster. But that's not the case. Greetings, random Rick reviews. With a bunch of TIE fighters coming in. I don't have a TIE fighter sound, but I do have this instead. Yeah, here we go. This is what I think.
I've just about had enough of you.
No. That's incorrect. My bad. It's actually supposed to be this one right here.
Roger.
There we go. Greetings, Random Rick Review. How are you doing? Much appreciated. Just enough of you two. How went things today? What were you doing over in your neck of the woods? Playing some Game Pass games, Atomfall, and the Gears of War remaster. Hey, nice. Hopefully it was enjoyable. I've not played either of those, although I have definitely seen people doing them. Seems to have quite the following. My games were fairly limited growing up, and so I got used to a couple of games in particular. And they mostly revolved around wartime strategy games. Both decent. There was a guy that I met who was trying to convey to me the lore behind Gears of War, and I understood very, very little of it. Probably need to watch a video on the lore aspect of it. I will watch a lot of playthroughs of games, even though I myself don't play the games, because I still like a lot of the stories that they come up with. I need to turn off all these constraints before I do this next part. Nothing beats Splatoon. I do enjoy Splatoon. That is a good one. I don't know the overall, but seems not too deep. Bad monsters versus people. Ah. Time for snacks. We'll leave a lurk. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming by, Random Rick, and hope you have a pleasant Saturday. Allergies are starting to pick up again. The winds have brought in a lot of change to Alaska. Fall is in the air. Happened in a day. It is fascinating to think about that, how quickly things can change. Splatoon is pretty nice. I like the creativeness that that game has. But I gotta say, there's some games out there that I dare say have more potential than a lot of companies will give them. Splatoon is one of those where I think that it has a lot more potential than Nintendo is kind of giving it. No, I'm not saying that they're not giving him good potential. I'm not saying that the game somehow is lacking, but from what people currently want. But I think that there's a lot of neat things they could do with it, and I don't see a lot of that creativity kind of coming out in terms of trying to expand upon the product. Maybe it's the number of people that play it, because I know it draws a certain type of crowd, and other people sometimes get discouraged by that, and so they don't want to give it a try. I didn't want to give it a try until I was basically forced to do it. And then I was like, oh, actually, I do enjoy this. I was trying to reset these bone stretches wasn't so difficult. You have to reset the entire chain one at a time. You can't just tell it all to reset. I'm sure there's a way to script it, but I've not seen anybody mentioning that process yet. I tried doing a script for Blender. It didn't go so well. There's something about the code in this that just... it confuses me. And I don't have a whole lot of time to be able to try and just sit down and troubleshoot it. All right, there we go. Okay, there's something there that's not working. Driver driven. Constraint. Copy location. Move to the top. There we go. There'll be a new Splatoon... Oh, wait, just a second. Just a second. What did I put down for this? Stand by. Um, where is this? Here we go. There will be a new Splatoon game coming soon. Open world one. Ooh, that could be interesting. Like a mix between Zelda and the base game. Ah, that's a good idea. It's coming in the middle of 2026, called Splatoon Raiders. Hey, sounds promising. Hopefully it pans out. Okay, why'd that not work? Oh, wait. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay, no, there we go. It's just turned off. That's why. Okay. That makes more sense. Get rid of transparency. Let's see what it looks like. Shrink wrap it. Decent. Subdivide it. Wonderful. Okay, now let's hide that. The new mouth seems to be functional. Oh ho ho, that's cool. Okay, now there's a problem. So apparently I need a bone in the middle. Wait a minute. Look at that. Some of the bones shrink and some of them don't. Okay, now why'd that happen? Location, scale, stretch. Location, no scale. Oh, that's it. Okay, so let's correct that. We want to grab these and then this one. Copy to selected. Move up here. Oh. Dang, there's a lot of problems with this. A lot more than I was expecting. Copy location. Huh. Perplexing. I wish Nintendo would open up a little and sell their games on other consoles too to bring in more people. I think there's actually a reason why they don't do that. And I don't blame them for it. If I owned Nintendo, I would do the same thing. I would not open it up. But instead, what I would do is I would prioritize making the games more affordable. That's the number one thing I would do. There's some games that would be good to try and be cross-platform. Helps out with a competitive arena. But it also introduces a lot of new problems. The people that play Nintendo tend to be a certain type of audience. People that play Xbox are a whole different one. In fact, when I was growing up, it was well known that the people that used PlayStations were the snobs. People that played Nintendo were the happy-go-lucky people. The people that played Xbox were the cursing gamers who hated everybody and everything. They had a reputation. So if you open up the console, open up games to other consoles, you would have a lot of problems. It's inevitable. Good luck trying to get the different gamers to try and cooperate, because they won't. It doesn't mean that they can't improve. But I've noticed that a lot of them don't want to improve. There was a group that I was interacting with, and the person who was kind of their bigwig, so to speak, he ended up saying one day that being able to have gamer rage is part of the fun. Why would I want to hold back? Because I can be able to go out, curse my mouth off, and know that it's all good. I was like, what? Don't you understand what happens when you say foul words to another person? Don't you understand the cost of being uncivil? I always end off these streams by saying be civil to one another. Because in our culture, we have a lot of problems, and a lot of them stem from this desire for, kind of a desire to hurt one another. It's very easy to slip into that. I myself have found myself slipping into it at times. But it's destructive. And that was something that the guy could never figure out. He's like, what's the big deal? Why do you have to be such a stick in the mud? You're ruining my fun. Ruining your fun by saying, hey, let's be civil? It was fascinating to see. He was so enraged, incensed by the thought that somebody would rob him of his fun. Like, I'm not robbing you of your fun. You get a chance to play the game. Isn't that the fun? Like, no, it's my ability to lose control. So, by losing control, you think somehow that's fun? You know, there's people throughout history who have lost control. And they hurt a whole lot of folks. There's a story I heard about recently where somebody was insulted. And to one person, it was a game. It's like, oh, don't worry, it's all part of the gimmick here. And instead, he went out and tried to kill him. You got to be careful with your words, because you never know what sort of person you're going to be dealing with. And it's important to realize not everyone is going to be able to let something go. Trying to figure out how to actually pull this part off. Oh, that's why that's happening. Okay. Bring that up like this and stretch all the way up to here. And then clear out the rotation. Maybe that will help some of the stretching issues that were taking place. Some Nintendo games are very competitive too, like Mario Kart or Splatoon. The games and communities don't offer much from what other consoles have. We all would be fine together. There's some truth in that. I don't have, well, I would love to have Super Smash Brothers, for example. I really enjoy that game. I don't, though. If it had been made for PC, for example, I would have played it. If they had made it for another console, I probably would not have, because I didn't have any other console. But it might have motivated me to get a console. Instead, I leaned heavy into PCs, because I didn't have a console. I leaned into work. I leaned into projects, because I didn't have the ability to play games all day. And then I had the ability through my PC, and it ended up causing all sorts of problems. It sapped me of energy and robbed me of opportunity. Driver and driven, copy location, and then driver and driven stretch to, no, not that one. It's stretch, okay. Driver driven stretch to, there we go. Much better. 1 and 2. When I watch what you're doing in Blender, it's like I'm getting some PTSD here. I hated the skeleton stuff so much, but UV texturing tried me the most. You know, when I was getting started, I was forced to have to work in all these different, with all these different tools, and I didn't have the ability to hand it off to anybody. Have so much more patience to master Blender. It's nothing that I necessarily learned. Well, I'm sorry. It's not necessarily something that came naturally. I had to learn it over a long time. Remember what I mentioned about having patience and perseverance? Patience and perseverance will help you to overcome these things and to really find success. It takes a while. Sometimes you have to wait for years for the payoff to actually appear. But but over time, they start to build up and they start to get more and more common when you start having success. I have a lot of projects. I spent about a decade slowly building them up. I'm now within the time frame where some of them are coming out. Patience is a learned skill. If you can master patience, everything else becomes possible. Not a lot of people want to have patience. We're in the give me now generation. I want it now. Don't make me wait. Well, you're gonna have to wait. Life is about waiting. Life takes a long time to really live and see the payoff. Sometimes we never live to see the payoff. But what would we rather do? Would we rather go through life and say, well, it was too hard. I'm just gonna never do it again. Or are we more likely to find joy in success by saying, you know what, I don't know if I'll succeed or fail, but I'm going to go down this path all the same. I'm going to give it a try. Some of the projects that are the most successful for me started out as an experiment. Endurance. My brother and I are very good when it comes to strategy in war games. Very good. In some cases, we are in the top of our class. One of our best strategies is a four-way. Four teams all struggling together, competing against one another, and they can turn into really long combats. It takes a very long time to defeat the enemy because you have to defeat technically 3 teams, and so you have to take them on at different times, and be careful about which ones you choose because you might actually set yourself up for failure at a later point. Our number one strength, though, is not our quick reaction skills. It's not even our ability to snipe. It's not our ability to pull out the best combos. No, our strength is endurance. We learned endurance when everyone else learned skill shots. And because of that, when battle fatigue starts to happen, our opponents crumble. We have like this timer that we could basically create, where if we cross the 30-minute marker, our chances of success start to go up. If we cross the 1-hour marker, our chances of success and victory climb astronomically. People have to defeat us at the very start of the game. And even so, it's not a guaranteed victory for them. Because if they let us get to 30 minutes, it's basically over. We reach a point of where our endurance starts to take over, and they start getting sloppy, and they start messing up. They start quivering, and I've had this sort of experience back in the day. You're playing a game, and your adrenaline is high, you're intense, and because your adrenaline is so high, so fat for so long, you start to shake. You start to think, why is the enemy not crumbling? You start to overthink things, and you start to overreact, and you're still trying to maintain that ultra, high energy level. And my brother and I are very calm with our combat because we know that we have to endure for the long run. We're not sprinters. We're long distance runners. We have to win from here until the very end. If we rush, we may mess up horribly and then pay the price dearly. People adverse us learn that the hard way. I can't really master anything. I'm quick at learning basics. Like I'm okay doing stuff in Blender. I can draw and clip studio a little, sculpt a little, but I'm not patient enough to master any of these. I can only get to that okayish level. Forever casual user level. I know a lot of people in your position. Let me ask you this. You think you can't master anything? I beg to differ. You master what you have to. If you had to master something, you would find yourself becoming a real master. See, we're in a very pacifistic age. There's a lot of people in this world that want to they don't want any pain, no struggle. Like, don't trouble with yourself with that. You're gonna make yourself frustrated. Don't waste your time with that. They try and encourage people by discouraging. You know, that mountain over there, oh, that mountain's really hard to climb. You might hurt yourself. You better not do that. No, no, no. I'm one to talk. I don't go climbing mountains. But I can. I found out the hard way. I had never climbed mountains more than occasionally. Even so, I went up one mountain and that would be it. My dad took me to Scotland. He wanted to go hike around Loch Ness. And poor fella took me along. I say poor fella because he had no idea how out of shape I was for that sort of stuff. We arrived in Scotland and we go to the mountain, and I look up and my heart sank. See, we arrived in Scotland during a very pleasant time of year. It was raining a little bit here and there, but there's bits of sunshine. It was good temperatures, but it was just chilly enough to where you needed a jacket. We are dropped off by the car by the driver at the location we're supposed to start our hike. We start climbing, and it is a steep mountain. Scotland is known for really, really steep mountains. The path was very steep. I was grabbing onto roots to try and climb up. I got 100 feet, and I had to take a breath. I was breathing so hard. My heart was racing. I was like, I can't get up this mountain. I'm looking around like, what have I signed up for? I was like, well, the road's right beneath me. I better just wait here and let my dad go on the hike. It'd be foolish for me to try and drag him to be like the anchor for him. I'm unable to get up, and my dad said, okay, well, we'll take it a little bit at a time. You can tell he's probably not super happy with this realization because he is a very good hiker. After I got my breath, I hiked another 100 feet. It is too steep. How are we going to make it? Oh, golly. I was spent. 200 feet, and I just wanted to quit right there. We had 3 days and 40 miles to hike. 40 miles, and I couldn't get through the first 200 feet. After a breather, I went 150 feet. Had a rest. Then I went 200 feet. Then 300. By the time we got to the end of the day, I was slow, but I was at least keeping pace with my dad. I had never hiked that much before. And here I was after the first day, mostly because of my youth at the time, I was able to catch up. And by the time we came to the end of 3 days, I was outpacing him. I was walking twice his speed up and down the mountain. All along Loch Ness, which we didn't see Nessie, but there's some interesting things around that. I was able to take an entire hike of 40 miles when I'd never done anything more than one mountain before. We went over a dozen mountains. I was hungry, I was dehydrated, but it worked, and I actually made it. You master what you are challenged to master. You may not have the skill now. It doesn't mean that will always be the case. It means how much you strain, how much you force yourself to get somewhere. And I do mean that it is going to require pain. I mentioned the other day that pain is necessary. It's part of perseverance. Your mastery will come as you learn to endure pain. And then you'll look back and think, wow, that was easy. I should have done this the painful way to begin with. But our culture doesn't want you to. Like, no, don't hurt yourself. Oh, we'd be so terrible if we let you hurt yourself. You have to learn through experience. What do you mean you didn't see Nessie? That's the main thing in Scotland. Yeah. No, he didn't see Nessie. Although I do believe the creature exists. But either way, hopefully that makes sense. You are your own... Well, how should we put this? Most people are their own worst enemies when it comes to their ability to be productive. It's a tough one. How do you be able to pull that sort of stuff off if you're the only one motivating yourself? I've been trying to figure that out because I'm the only one pushing myself at times. But I figured stuff out, and now I'm employed doing that sort of stuff. I'm a self-starter. People just point me in a direction, I start going down that path. A past employer did not know that. He didn't understand that. And so he didn't realize that I had been working behind the scenes to try and help his business. And all he saw was the here and the now. And it made him frustrated. And finally he showed up one day and said, "Where's all the products you're supposed to be making for me, Jeff? Why are you not making this stuff happen?" I'm like, I am. It's just you don't see it. A lot of stuff takes time. He was not patient. He wasn't willing to be patient. Like visiting Alaska and not seeing any Sasquatch. I've not seen a Sasquatch, but I've encountered them. Or at least what I believe is them. All the signs were there. Even though I didn't get to actually see anything other than the eyes. What do I have to do with this right here? Let's do this maintain volume. Copy to selected. Maybe this will help out. Copy to selected. Yeah, that's actually going to work. It'll be just fine. Imagine being in the woods and suddenly you round the corner and you see a creature that most of science tells you isn't real. Would you doubt your own senses? Would you say that, oh, well, it's, obviously I'm messing up. Science told me this thing doesn't exist. Or would you challenge science? I feel like I need a new control here, so let's make a new control. It's freezing up on me. Okay. Here we go. All right. So let me mention about this. Let's say that you have a desire to have meaning in your work, to be able to see a conclusion to your effort. What are some strategies to try and figure that out, to try and help motivate you to press on? I would probably visit a psychiatrist ASAP. See, I know a lot of people, they're full of doubt. And to them, to see something that is unknown is terrifying to them. There's a stream I did with Dadman. Let me post this link because this is a good one. Let's see here. Dadman walking 55. Dadman is someone that we have done a lot of streams with over the last couple of weeks. Last couple of years at this point. Why did I say weeks? But there's one in particular that kind of challenges a lot of the scientific world, and it's this one right here. This is a stream that I did with him, and we covered the logical reason why Bigfoot exists, and I give my own personal stories. And yes, I do have my own personal stories, own personal experiences, and I was somebody who was very logical. I was like, there is no such creature, but here's the reason why. Because I didn't know that there even was a creature. I just thought that it was merely a misidentified bear. I didn't even know the word Sasquatch at the time. I mentioned it in that story, but it's definitely well worth the watch. Especially if anybody has any sort of questions about the subject. Hey, greetings, Jared Thorne. How are you doing? I'm very stubborn for non-scientific stuff. If you watch that video, you are going to be questioning a lot of things about the scientific world. Because here's the thing. Scientists make a lot of guesses. There's a lot of things that they don't know, and they don't really want you to think about that. Their tools are finicky. I work with researchers. I know this. I've seen it firsthand. And I'm like, this isn't really scientific what you're doing. And they just stamp on, oh, it's scientific. There, end of story. And they forget there's quite a lot of other parts of that story, and that sometimes they don't want you to know. We cover that in that video. Again, well worth the watch. If I saw a ghost, I wouldn't even believe myself. Well, you told me. You told me about the experience you had a while back that you said was sleep paralysis. A lot of people are going to be doubtful. I've seen too much for me to doubt the supernatural. Something that, or even doubt the, well, I can't even doubt mythology at this point in many ways, because I've seen a lot of things come into play that I'm like, from a scientific point of view, an engineering point of view, I can't reason it away. When I was young, I was saying about how there had to be a giant squid. Everyone keeps talking about it throughout history. And scientists and professors said, there is no giant squid. That's just sailor stories. Like, what if there's an animal that, like, legitimately is the giant squid? That's a lie. You're stupid for believing that. 10 years later, the first giant squid is photographed. And science says, you know what? colossal squid might even be real. What? The scientific community was in an uproar. And I was like, ha! The stories were right. No, they weren't right in the terms of it wasn't a giant monster that came out of the sea. It was a very real animal. You have to find the truth behind the mythology. And in the Bigfoot discussion, we explore that. Well, yeah, I'm European, so we always look at something from a cold perspective. Something wrong with this. There are mysteries in this world, and we're never going to understand them all. It's very easy to go through life in doubt. And it makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of things to doubt. But I've also learned that doubt many times is us not wanting to kind of see potential in a story. Thomas was a doubter. He wasn't condemned for doubting. He was told that there was a blessing for people that believed even though they doubted. Faith. The reason why I can believe that sort of stuff is because, well, I come from a background where faith is an important aspect of the journey for the soul. You have to be able to acknowledge that there is going to be things that we don't fully understand. And hopefully over time we will get to understand. Okay, why is this happening? What is going on? Oh, wait a minute. No? Huh, weird. The difference between giant squid and Bigfoot is that before they discovered the body of a giant squid, they found hints of existence, its markings on whales and stuff. And to this day, there is no proof of Bigfoot other than eyewitnesses. There's literally more proof of the Jersey Devil than Bigfoot. I see what you're talking about. I see your play on words there. You know, there's it wasn't until the 1900s that the scientific community acknowledged that there was a creature living in the jungles of Africa. Like, hey, there's stories of wild men that come down and steal people and take them up into the woods, up into the jungle. People are like, no, lies, ridiculous. You can't believe that. And over time, people are like, no, there's something here. And eventually, they caught a gorilla. And it wasn't the monster they heard about. It wasn't even remotely close to how they expected it to be, how the legends conveyed it. Kind of interesting how that panned out. Maybe I just need to leave the chain here with no object. So when you say that there's no proof, you don't actually know what it is that you're kind of requesting, or what sort of evidence you're asking for. I'm not saying this necessarily to you. I'm saying this like in general to the world out there. There's a lot of people that have doubts. Doubts are fine. Okay, there's something way off about this piece right here. What is going on? Now that's happening? What the heck? Oh, it's this one. What the? Ball cap? How'd that happen? So, let's see here. Rod version. What the? Oh, wrong one. Display. Oh, wrong mode. Here we go. Rod 2. And that's causing problems. Okay, weird. So, when it comes to a mysterious creature, trying to find evidence many times is based upon what you want to find. I was living in Germany at the time, and I was outside and I freaked out and ran inside and got a tennis racket. I went outside again, and my parents watched me as I walked over and was swinging in the air. They're like, what is going on? I said, there's a gigantic bee. Like, this thing's huge. This thing must be like 2 inches long. And they're like, you're lying. There's no such thing. Like, no, like, legitimately, it's right here. I eventually was able to hit it with the tennis racket, and a creature fell to the ground that was 2 inches. A hornet. That looked very weird. And we were looking at it thinking, where did this thing come from? What we didn't know is that there was an invasion of Chinese hornets. They had snuck aboard Chinese craft, and thus they now were in Europe. No one knew it at the time. It wasn't even publicly acknowledged for another 3-4 years, even though we got a chance to see it. It wasn't acknowledged, and people were just said that they were hallucinating. And now it's well known. Chinese hornets are everywhere. I found them on the east coast of the US. And then a few years later, they said that they found an even bigger hornet, the Japanese hornet, over in Washington State. Scientific community is always trying to play catch up. And I'm not saying that in necessarily with the trying to say that somehow they're idiotic or whatnot, but it is something where I do find it fascinating, the level of doubt that they can have. Oh, that was what was causing the problem. All right, that makes more sense. Doubt is understandable. Where things become a problem in terms of doubt is when you start to mock people for it. That's the real problem. It's not that people doubt, it's that people say, you know what, I don't believe it, so thus I'm going to make sure nobody believes it. But what if there's good evidence? Nope, don't want to hear it. It's not real. I tell the story in the interview with Dadman. But I got to talk with a researcher. There's growing evidence that Megalodon is still alive. The teeth are not fossilized, and some sightings really make us believe there is a creature out there. But I don't think it's the monster that the movies would have us believe. I think it's a lot more of a benign creature. But either way, there's some footage that surfaced a couple of years ago, and I showed this footage to a researcher, an ocean biologist. The panic that appeared on her face, fear, trembling. I was like, this is just a video. The creature's not near you. In fact, we were 300 miles from the coast. It's like this thing's not going to jump out of the air and get you. Okay, Sharknado isn't real, folks. But she was scared of a video because it was so compelling. This was before AI really came into the picture. Nowadays, you can deceive a lot of people with AI. I hate that fact. But when she saw it, she shivered and was unable to console herself. She was terrified because that meant if the Megalodon was real, what does that say about other mythologies? What does that say about other creatures and cryptids? They might be real. It wasn't just the acknowledgement that that creature was real. It was the realization that of what it means to acknowledge that creature was real. That's the real terrifying thing. And for some people, that realization can absolutely destroy them. They struggle to try and find comfort when they look out and they realize the world's far more dangerous than they thought. It's also far more logical than they thought. And that there's mysteries that they don't understand. Humanity hates a mystery. We look out and we're like, we don't want to know about these mysteries because it scares us. It doesn't change the fact that mysteries exist. It doesn't change the fact that some of them are very compelling. But some people, in particular the scientific community, cannot reason with it. So when I was growing up, I was surrounded by very scientifically minded people. They never let me even think that a Sasquatch existed. They didn't let me think that even that the Megalodon could be alive. They didn't let me think that there could be still dinosaurs alive somewhere, even though if they're in small form. They didn't want me to believe any of that stuff, so that way they just avoided it. Oh, you're going into the mountains? You gotta look for bear and for mountain lions. Yeah, you know, some people misidentify them. What do they misidentify them as? Oh, no, nothing. And you know what? There's some crazy people out there in the woods. Avoid those people too. Crazy people? What, like prospectors? Yeah, like prospectors. Extended family was telling me that sort of stuff. Friends were telling me that. I never heard the legend of Bigfoot until I was an adult. I had 3 encounters. 3. Of which on the live stream I tell about those encounters with illustrations. Now it's technically 2, but I think there's a 3rd. And you'll understand why when you see the video. There might have even been a 4th, but I can't verify that one, so I can't really tell that story with clarity and confidence. There's a difference between faith and trust. Yeah. Sometimes you have to have faith, though, that eventually turns into trust. When I was camping last year, I was up all night because I believed there were boar around the camp, as I heard the oinks and screeches of like a pig or something, but it was a fox. Ugh. I saw the video, but I don't remember what the third was. So the first one was waking up in the middle of the night and seeing the shadow. That was when I was very young. The second time was when I was with the Boy Scouts camping at the base of the Appalachians, and the wall of kudzu started to shake. The sound, though. The sound was something that really got to me. And then there's a third one. Camping in which, the bush was there. The big bush. The one with eyes peering out of it. And the running scream. The roaring scream as I went past, running from one side of the camp to the other. It's up to you to decide whether or not there's truth there. I'm going to tell things as truthfully as I can. Doesn't mean that others are going to be convinced. I believe because I have encountered. Some people encounter and they didn't actually encounter. That's a deeply frustrating thing. There are some people out there where they want to get famous. And so then they tell a lie. With Glee, a lot of people tell a lie. You got to be able to find the people that can tell the truth, to give reason as to why. I've given my reasons for why I believe, but it doesn't change the fact that everybody else is going to have to come to their own conclusion. I can't convey my experiences other than through my words. Evidence is always going to be debatable. Was it true? Was it false? Was it forged? It's up to you to try and believe. It's up to you to make the decision. What is real and what is not. It doesn't change the fact that there is going to be something real. And it might be far more fascinating than maybe you realize. Oh, that was the problem from earlier. The scale got set off. That makes so much more sense. Okay. 0.5. And now we are going to copy all of these to selected. There we go. Okay. 0.35. Let's go with this instead. Copy all to selected. You know, belief is an interesting thing. I've met people that all they wanted was one bit of proof. And then that one bit of proof came about, and they moved the goalpost. See, there's some people in this world that are going to have to continue to struggle with doubt. And they don't even realize that some of these things can happen until it kind of does. It takes them by surprise. The reason why I wanted to mention about that is because I've known people that have had an experience of some kind. And at first they're like, wow, I don't know what to reason with that. I was there with dozens of other people during those events. You know how many people talk about it? No one. I only got one of them to finally confess that something did happen, but they didn't say it publicly. They said it behind closed doors. Why? The fear factor was too much for him. A couple of others have started to say, yeah, no, something did happen. But it was like pulling teeth to try and get anyone to admit anything. It's like the no-go topic. You don't talk about it, even though you were there. It's just this understanding of, oh, well, that was a weird thing, wasn't it? Ha ha ha. Yeah, it was weird. Why are you denying that something was there? The scouts were the ones that really kind of confused me. But I think it was because they didn't want the rest of the troop to think of them as cowards. Yeah, this is turning out well. Curiosity and doubtfulness are good traits. They can also lead to problems. And maybe problems that you don't quite see for a while. Doubt is honestly good in helping to prevent you from being deceived. That is true. But what if you have doubt for something that is very real? What happens then? What if you doubt something and then it turns out that you missed out on something because of it? Truth is never easy to kind of reason with. There are some things that are truthful that can confuse and make people frustrated. There are some things that I've heard about over the years of people that have encountered weird mysteries and they assume that it's outlandish. I don't believe there are aliens, for example. I am 100% convinced there is no such thing as an extraterrestrial walking on this earth, or even flying above it. To a lot of people, they think that's crazy, that I would think that. I know people that doubt that Bigfoot exists, but they believe that E.T. exists. They're like, oh, well, logically, it has to exist. In the video, we explore why it's logical that Bigfoot exists. But Bigfoot requires people to acknowledge something really kind of tough about their world. That the world is dangerous. The world does have mysteries still. And that there's a creature out there that many people were just ignoring. And thus, when people disappear, suddenly that raises a lot of questions. There's uncomfortable realizations that take place as a result of acknowledging Bigfoot. E.T. is something where they just get, oh wow, what if? Oh, we hope we're not alone in this universe. You're not. God's watching out for you. No, we have to believe that there's something else because, obviously there's no God, but there's got to be E.T., right? There's no evidence of E.T., but God walked among us. We don't have crash sites. How many of us have seen the evidence of E.T.? Photos are blurry and grainy. A lot of them look staged. A lot of them are flat out staged, where sometimes they present something and the creature like, oh look, we got a body, and it's a shriveled up block, and they're like, oh well, there's an egg inside of it, and it's a chicken egg. Talk about faith. The ET world, they got some immense faith that thing exists, that those creatures exist. But we don't have any proof of that. We know what we do have proof of: demons. All throughout history, and they seem very one-sided in how they approach things. Now, to some people, that's the outlandish claim, that there's demons. I think they're one and the same. I think the ETs that people experience are demons. And I think they choose certain people based upon who they can influence, who they can cause to be afraid. Or, the more likely possibility, a lot of people are on drugs. There's some weird people out there. They'll have all sorts of claims, especially the ones about Bigfoot. Oh my goodness. Not every Bigfoot claim is true, okay? I know that for a fact. Yeah, I was out there and I was drinking beer with Bigfoot, and yeah, he taught me how to yodel while we both ate mushrooms and were high as can be. Oh, it was such a great experience. Good fella, Bigfoot. He's got great taste in beer. What? No wonder why people doubt it. When they hear Joe Schmo saying stories like that, what happens when somebody experiences it who wasn't expecting it? How does their testimony stand up? Hey, a bot has come by. Get out of here, bot. If it's not like I don't believe in Bigfoot or gods or something. It's just very unlikely for me. It's all about proof, logic, probability. I believe in aliens. The universe is almost infinite, so it's very likely that there is some other life out there, even if it's a little fish or bacteria, some random moon or random planet in the infinite universe. But I don't believe any of them visit us. See, that's based upon a belief. That's based upon a faith. There's no evidence of that. There's no way to prove it. It's an infinite universe. True. But that's assuming that life comes about in a certain way. No evidence, but it's math-based. There's more evidence, mathematical-wise, that Bigfoot exists than aliens. See, it still requires us to believe in something. What made life? Was it random chance? If so, then mathematical, there's life everywhere in the universe. 1 in a quadrillion, billion, or whatnot, a massive amount. 1 in a Googleplex. Do you realize that in the universe that might mean that there's 3 planets that would have life? If that, maybe even less. When you start to take into account all the things that would have to come together, there's still one thing that causes a problem for science. The spark of life. We can't do it. We can't even... The observation of it is weird because it's so illogical. Life, the ability for material to start interacting and start moving. Right here, I got a clip for a bag of chips. I've just kind of kept on my desk. It's kind of like a fidgeting toy for me right here. Look at that. It has motion, but it's not alive. It's able to open its little mouth. And, oh, you can't really see it because it's a green screen. It can open its little mouth and it can close. It's not alive. And no amount of trying to put energy into it is going to make this thing come to life. Even though it's got the hinges for it and whatnot. For something to become alive without divine intervention is impossible. I remember hearing it put this way. Sure, let's say, for example, lightning struck the ocean and suddenly a bacteria was formed. All these parts came together, now they started moving. Was it the electricity that gave it life? And if so, sure, you have one cell moving around. You know, the most outlandish and crazy sort of thing in terms of life is that it can replicate. Have you stopped to think about that one? Life has the ability to replicate and change into the fact that things can breed is wild. What a weird thing. Imagine the first cells trying to figure that out. And by the way, single cells have some of the most complex sort of structures for reproduction. It's really weird. So you have one cell, it dies. It can't replicate. It would have to subdivide immediately. Because how long do those things live? Not long enough for it to mutate enough so it can replicate. So it has to come into existence with all of the cell's organs figured out, all the parts of the cell figured out. It has to be able to move, has to be able to eat, and it has to be able to replicate. All from the very, very, very start. Do you know the amount of luck that would have to happen for that alone? How many molecules are in just a single cell organism? I remember hearing a story by Charles Darwin when he was observing the natural world. And he said, my entire theory of evolution would fall apart if we've discovered that the cell is complex. He didn't have a microscope to see what the cell was like. It wasn't until decades later that people start to realize, dang, the cell is complex. It's way more complex than any of us realize. So yeah, if it's going to happen on this earth, the chance of it happening somewhere else is impossible. It's so wild. Chemical reactions of some kind, I don't know, it's still more believable than supernatural stuff. See, now that's a choice. That's based upon faith. That's based upon a belief. Had billions and billions of years to evolve and mix, so... But even so, how does it replicate? The ability to replicate is so wildly unique. Count the number of molecules and proteins in a cell and realize it has to be all bunched up for it to even have the chance to cling together. How are they clinging together? How do they have a structure? How do they have a cell wall? How is there a DNA structure inside of it? Do you realize the wildness in life? It's fascinating. See, the real reason why a lot of evolution is so popular is it allows for mankind to feel like they are God, that they are the ones that are in charge. That's the real reason why it's so appealing. We have to be able to recognize the wildness of what the scientific community believes. Because what they believe is sometimes even more outlandish than mythology. See, in evolution, we think that it's not possible. See, that's what Adam and Eve were tempted with. You can become like God. It was the first sin. Isn't it interesting how we have not changed in thousands of years? We're still the exact same. It's a wonder in many ways. Just the fact that it's the same sin that happens over and over again. Harvest stars, modified planets. See, that's mythology. It's make-believe. That requires more faith than to believe that there is something supernatural. Right? Move this off to the side. Let's try this again here. According to statistics, we could be a simulation. It could be in a simulation ourselves. You know what that means? We're in a world that is created. A world that was made through words. Just like the Bible said. Ooh, now that's some Inception sort of stuff. So yeah, it could be. But then that means that the Bible is correct. ChatGPT, make me a world. Always question. Always have questions. Questions are good. But one thing that you have to also remember is that there are going to be mysteries that abound. And there are some things in this world that are going to be very uncomfortable realizations for a lot of people. One of those things is, just give it a few more years. See, all the predictions all the fear-mongering people have about what people will do with AI, things like that are one of the reasons why people are worried. Not because they'll be successful, but because who they'll hurt in their journey. I mean, it sounds very nice, doesn't it? The ability to have a machine that can be able to troubleshoot the stuff, make the impossible possible. But yet, it's still avoiding the one thing that is the most important thing of all, the journey of the soul. You can't replace that. All the struggle and striving in the world cannot change that. We are in desperate need of truth. We're in desperate need of the of people that can be honest, people that can be caring, and all that was found in religion. It's not found in humanism. Some of the most charitable people that will go onto the social media and say how great they are people that, when you actually meet them in person, they don't care. Because you have to be able to answer to a higher power. If you answer to only yourself, it causes a lot of problems and allows you to be able to write off the opinion of another. Even if it's discovered, it wouldn't be world-breaking. It's just a big fish and a big... Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're not monsters. They're just animals. Just animals. I wonder if in a couple of years, if we will be... What sort of surprises will come along? What sort of realizations people will have? I had an argument with a college friend. He was a good fella, but we really disagreed on something. Quite a lot. And it was the fact that him and I both believed that you can believe the science versus you have to believe your senses and your experiences. Now, I am somebody that believes that the senses are more important to be able to see and believe. My friend was more inclined about the tools and the technology. That sort of stuff is going to teach you more. Interestingly enough, over the years, neither of us have really come to see eye to eye. But I have noticed a shift in some of my friends. Theological is starting to become logical. The things that were mysterious are now starting to become plausible. I wonder how much longer until some of these things really start to hit our culture hard. We start to believe all the more. Mysteries will persist. There will be people that believe and people that doubt. Over time, we will come to learn the truth. It may be what we want to hear. It may not. That's the choice we all get to have. We all get to go down this journey of life and get to learn along the way. Hopefully we'll all make good decisions regardless. Huh, that's a problem. What's happening there? Chain. Oh. That's what's happening. Bones are... Ugh, that's weird. I mean, not like this mouth is going to happen very often, but it could be. It's folding in on itself. Oh. That's it. Okay. Put that back. Put the thing back where it came from, or so help me. Hide that, hide that, hide that. Okay, so what's going on here is the bone chain needs to have another bone right there. Oh, great. Okay, so snap to there and snap to there. Always be careful the things that you want to learn. Be careful about the things that you're like, oh, I'll only understand or believe if this happens or if that happens. Last I checked, most of the time that happens, and the truth starts to become more and more apparent. Sometimes in ways that none of us ever expect. Stand by just a second. Just so I can have me send something in a message to somebody. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. All right. Okay. Is believing even a good trait? Hope is a good thing. Like people hope that there is life after death or something, or some higher power and some rewards for good people and punishment for the baddies, but it's belief itself good. I don't see I don't see nothing virtuous about truly believing in something without proof. Do you personally believe in the Christian God, or do you hope that it's true? I remember my priest talking that he doesn't know if God is real, but he hopes so. You had a bad priest. Let me just say that. Belief is something that is incredibly important. It's also the great test, and it is a test. I believe because I believe it. That's why I have hope. I will cross over a barrier one day. That is going to death. On the other side, I will be judged for the things that I do, both good and bad. Because my life has been redeemed, though, Christ has made it so that I have an advocate in that moment of judgment. I do believe it. A lot of people believe it. If there is somebody who is a, quote, Christian who doubts that, they're not a Christian. Your priest is not a believer if that's the case. If that is indeed the case. True belief is something that becomes infectious. It's so important to have true belief and true faith. It is one of the best traits you can have. In my experiences, you will find a lot of people that are desperately looking for a meaning to their life. People will spend an entire life desperately looking for anything that will give them comfort, without looking to the one source that they should be looking for. My grandfather was looking for hope in all the wrong places. He spent a lot of time doubting. He has spent a lot of time being angry. He was like, Grandpa, you don't even believe in God. Why are you angry at God? She's like, it doesn't matter. He's not real anyway. And we were not supposed to talk to him about it. As he got into his later years, he started to realize that God was real. But he had spent his entire life hating God. So when he came to the very end, it was very, very hard for him. And eventually he did change. But it was 2-3 decades of him being in bitterness. Hey, greetings, Chrysanth. What is a good time for me to join? Jeff, how are you doing? Oh, you want to join in on the Fortnite stuff, if that's the case. Yeah, that's going to be taking place in about 15 minutes or something along those lines. I was doing this for the first 2 hours, and then we would be transitioning. This is going to be a 5-hour stream today, and so going to do some of this, going to do some of the Fortnite, and then go back to doing some art at the very end. How's your day going, Chrysanth? But in the end, Jersey, truth really is important. Belief is really important. I can't make you believe. It can sometimes be a very difficult journey. Faith is built up over time. Belief is built up through experience. By all means, require there to be proof. But don't allow the words of one person to cloud your opinions, nor another. don't let the scientists try and cloud your reasoning by claiming that their reason. There's actually reason on multiple different angles. It's up to you to decide what is true. Now, there will still be truth. You'll still have to be challenged. You'll have to figure that out. And it could be an easy journey, it could be a tough journey. But I have a sneaking suspicion about you that there's a journey ahead of you. What that looks like, only you will know. Very nice. I'm sitting outside on the porch reading. Nice and relaxing. Ooh, very nice. What are you reading today, Chrysanth? I am very stubborn. If you break free from something, it's very hard to come back. You know, there's a warning that's given in the Bible about people that are worse off at the end than they were at the beginning. I hope and pray that your journey is a good one. Don't close the door on it, though. I've known people that were in your position. They came from a church background, and then they got discouraged. And it doesn't turn out well. You have the ability to reset, and that is something that hopefully you'll see the merit to one day. But the most important thing, if you want to have proof, let me challenge it like this. Why not take some opportunities to pray all the same? Pray for clarity. I do not doubt that there is a desire from God to at least give you that clarity. I was given clarity, and I wasn't really given I didn't even have a whole big list of things, and I was given some very striking clarity to the point of where I became desperate to want to go and get baptized immediately. And unfortunately, because of the church that I was going to, they would not allow that. And so I ended up having to wait several months. But the turnaround was very striking for me. I don't know if you'll have the same sort of turnaround. I did. But prayer is a very important part of that whole ordeal. Terria Parchette Discworld novel. Journeys like that are never... like that are always difficult. Yes, indeed. Indeed. I'm unfamiliar with that book. But then again, I'm not very familiar with a whole lot of books. I'm a very kind of... I'm a pitiful reader when it comes down to it. I write better than I read, or at least I like to think so. We'll find out one way or the other, of which Pharaoh and the Smith is coming out very soon. So we'll see how that turns out. Well, this mouth is working much better. Oh, great. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, I know what... Okay. Grab all these, reset it. Dry British satire. I can respect that. I wish there was an easier way to do this process here. Grab this and remap it. Remap that and bottom teeth, the top teeth now. Grab that and remap it. Scaring kids with concepts of hell for non-believers does the opposite than expected by religious parents. I don't disagree with that. There is some truth in that. But still, there are consequences for life. It doesn't change the fact that those consequences are there. Now, trying to find the truth when you're scared can be overwhelming. But would we ever change if we didn't have a concept of what it is that we need to save from? Life is full of opportunities to kind of skirt around it, to live life just for ourselves. I am certain that in our current world, we are becoming far too comfortable with the idea of just not believing in anything. Like, oh, well, what's the point in trying to believe in one thing or another? I'll just believe in whatever I want. It's a very popular idea. Believe in that which is appealing to you, or the things that you enjoy, rather than the fact that maybe, just maybe, we are just a second. Let me put the music back. We're no longer on the intermission. No need to duplicate that stuff. Okay, there we go. Going back to the other one. Let me rephrase it like this. Fear is a powerful motivator. You mentioned a while back that you like scary stories, right? You know what's scary about hell versus a movie or whatnot? Because it becomes too real. We have to know that there is punishment for our sins. But here's the thing. The amount of times that the Bible talks about hell is actually fairly small compared to how many times it mentions about paradise and heaven. It mentions about restoration and forgiveness more than condemnation in many ways. Some people have to be shaken awake with understanding of what it is that is dangerous. Some people have to put their hands into the fire. Someone can point at the fire and say, don't put your hands in the fire, it's dangerous. Other kids look at it like, don't tell me what to do. And they stick their hands in the fire. Was the parent good for telling them, hey, just don't put your hands in the fire? In a way, yeah. But some people still have to push the edge. They still have to put their hands in the fire. They have to experience the pain to say, I was told the truth. My mother did that for me. She told me never touch the stove, even if it's turned off, because you never know. It might actually hurt you. And I thought, that's stupid. I can obviously see the stove is turned off. And so I didn't listen. I went up to it, and while my mother stepped out of the house, I walked over to it, I looked at it, I put my hand above it, and there's no heat, so I took my finger, and I touched it. One finger. And I got a massive blister from it. I pulled my hand back, and we had to run, so I pretended to get something. I got an ice cube and put it in my hand. I didn't want my parents to see what I had just done. I walked out to the car, and I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm okay, I'm okay. My parents knew something was off, and they didn't quite understand at the time. My parents had told me that something was dangerous. They scared me, or were trying to scare me, and it still didn't work. Some people think that telling folks about hell and just saying, oh, hell is terrible, that's enough. Yes, it is enough. A lot of people need to know that. But they also need to know about the hope. That's why I keep mentioning about the need for hope. Hope is what we need to help us press forward. Fear breaks us out of apathy. Hope gives us the motivation to strive forward. That's why. I saw a blister. Ouch. Hey, it was all I had. It was all I had. I had to run, and my finger got pretty burned from that. And it was the stove had been turned off for a long time. The heat had maintained what was maintaining the coil, though. And so I didn't think about that. I was too young to think about that. You know how many times I've touched the stove since? I'll give you a hint. You just have to be burned once to know that something's dangerous. Well, I want to try and figure out this one corner before we wrap this part of the stream up here. But I'm not sure why this is happening. So by all means, Jersey, I don't condemn you for your doubts. I wish I could impart the reason why I don't doubt. It's up to you. Oh, that's what's happening. Ah, okay. All right, I think I know what's going on here. You know, it's interesting, when Jesus came to walk among us, people expected him to be a tyrant, to come through and just smash the corrupt, smash the criminal, to demand executions, to be calling hellfire down upon the earth. And he didn't do that. But there's one time when he actually got angry. It wasn't against the commoner. It wasn't against the person with doubt. It wasn't against the person who was downtrodden. Not even the one that was in sin. No, the people that he lashed out against were the religious teachers. The people that were supposed to be instilling hope, restoration. Those are the people he lashed out against. He turned over their tables. He created a whip to drive people out of the temple, people that were exploiting people, the merchants that were coming in and robbing folks, trying to treat religion like a business. And the other time was when he openly condemned the Pharisees. That was the moment that really confused them and made them angry. It was like, wait a minute, the Messiah is not supposed to be doing this. He's supposed to be on our side. He's supposed to be doing exactly what we've been teaching people to do. And he didn't. Not in the way that they expected. And it drove them crazy. What did it for me was calling curiosity a sin. I felt like in a cult, and in that moment I stopped fearing God's wrath. By questioning if God is good. Do you think humanity is good? Have you seen humanity as good throughout history? I dare say there is a lot of people in this world that have, for me, made me not believe that the people that claim to be the authorities and the people of mercy in our culture many times are just that. They're actually swindlers. They're taking advantage of people who are downtrodden and who are hurting. I believe that because I've seen it. Firsthand, I've seen it. God is just, and for a lot of people, that justness is cruelty. They don't like that idea. Like, how can he be good if he's just? Well, that's a good question. How can he be good if he's just? Until we start thinking about, well, he's going to demand that all the wicked people have to be punished. The people that ended up harming their friends, who ended up betraying entire peoples, folks that robbed, people that stole, people that killed, those people are going to be judged. What we don't like is not the fact that God is just. We don't like the thought of what happens if his justice comes to us. Suddenly that becomes a scary thought. God is good, but our thought of what justice is, that is where it can become a problem. Maintain curiosity. Curiosity is not bad. Now, where it does become a danger is what happens when your curiosity takes you down paths of wickedness. And then you're like, wait a minute, I didn't want to be here. That's where it becomes a huge issue. That's why I would say that for you to have curiosity, that's not the problem. People that try and manipulate through fear and pain, those people are being quite corrupt. I would suggest trying to find people in your area that are kind, considerate, and who come from a church background. Because not everyone who claims to be a believer is a believer. I do know that. God warns us about such people. So I don't doubt you for... I don't blame you for having those doubts. It sounds like you came from a very difficult background. But regardless of the background that you come from, it doesn't change the fact that being uncomfortable doesn't necessarily make something wrong. For God to exist and to be just, that's not bad. That's not dangerous. That's actually good. What would be bad for God to be evil or cruel? It would have to be a religion based upon exploitation. You know what we have to do to actually find redemption, to avoid wrath, to avoid hell? One thing alone: believe. To believe that Christ died for the sins of everyone. That's the real thing. There's a lot of other religious things you can do to make your faith real. A lot of acts that you can do that can make your faith more meaningful. But the big thing is to believe. And then suddenly you're in the clear. Now, it doesn't give you a free pass to go about sinning, but what it does do is it gives you a way out. It gives you a chance to reset. That's the real thing. It's not based upon... yes, there is fear of damnation. There is that fear. There are people that are going to hell that don't even realize it. But that's why you need to be able to reach out to them and to be able to help them, so that they have a chance to know, hey, this is wrong. Pull back. They might not understand that they're doing wrong. There's a guy that I knew back at Little Caesars. First job that I had. Evil man. Pure evil. He didn't think so. Now, how can I call him evil? What did he do that deserved being called evil? Because if you were to ask him, he'd say he was the nicest guy in the world. He was charitable. He was kind. He was giving of himself. He was a criminal. He was a thief. He was an abuser. He was exploiting people for sexual gratifications. He was deceiving. And he was trying to bring other people into his life. He was not a good man. He is one of the most evil men I've ever met. And I'm giving the light version. But he thought of himself as being a good man. Was he? In his worldview, yes. In God's worldview, though, the one that he's going to judge things by, no. And what's more, he will not have the benefit of being able to escape. He has chosen his path, and he's going to have to change. And if he doesn't change, well, then he does have something to fear. But people that are genuine, that are looking to try and understand God, that want to learn and define that peace and tranquility, I do believe God gives them that. It may not be immediate, but it does eventually happen. It's okay to doubt, but don't let your discouragement overwhelm you. My mom is a true believer, says Jersey. We have like 5 crosses and religious paintings in every room, even in my room. Chris Han says, what? But yeah, I have been surprised at the some of the ways believers try to pressure folks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For me, I had legitimate fear at one point. Fear of hell became very real. See, for you, Jersey, it was a scary thing to hear about hell. For me, I got a glimpse of it, and it was enough, not like an actual glimpse, but something where I suddenly got a understanding of it, and it caused me to have a bit of a panic because it suddenly became very real. Fear is not bad. If you allow that fear to push you to sin, then yes, that does become bad. Well, regardless, I'll still be around here, Jersey, if you ever have questions about that sort of stuff. But I hope that you at least take some time to really think about some of these things, and really to think about doubt's not bad, but don't let it consume you. Allow it to drive you to learn more. All right, so let me see here. I was kind of wondering if thinking maybe Bastion might stop by, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I think he might be busy today, so I think I'll just do the change over to some Fortnite for a while. We'll come back to this. We got the mouth working. This is actually a big update. There was a very little sort of work that was being done on this today, but it still works. This is so much better than the previous mouth. Now, there are some glitches like that. Okay, I do realize that. That's going to be just par for the course. Some of these things are going to work as planned. Other times it's not. I have the ability to pinch the mouth a little bit. It's not great. Do the eyes work? So the eyes do work, but it's not... it's a different control system. The eyes have the ability to blink. It has the ability to... it doesn't have the ability really to look around in like a great way. let me pull up a clip of this stuff working. So, where is that? Just a second. Let's go to the theater. Stand by. Where is the theater? Animation. It's not that one. It's not that one. Animation. Okay, we want this one, but we don't want this particular video. Let's change this and put it to under arrest. Here we go. All right, this may glitch a little bit, so stand by.
Up, 2, 3, 4. What was that?
Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay, stand by. You got to change this a little bit. There we go. Okay, so this is the animation. I'm zooming in so you can see the face. So notice how that character is moving. The system allows for me to move the mouth, move the eyes, cause it to blink, but they're simple. It's designed to be almost like the toy itself is like being swapped out with like painted positions for the eyes, whatnot. That's how I go about doing it. All right, so let's go back to the previous scene. 4K, where is 4K? Here we go. 4K. Oh, no, that's wrong. 4K transition. There we go. I gotta reset that that theater area. I need to have a lot of the stuff like set up because I pull it up enough to where it would make sense. All right. So let me close this out, and we will come back to this probably later on today. Epic. It may take a moment for this to set up, so stand by. I hate the fact that Fortnite always has like long updates. My internet is so slow. Whenever they come out with stuff like that, it locks down the computer for the whole day. I hate that aspect of it. That came out great. Well, much appreciated. The next animation is hopefully going to be better. I've had a heck of a time trying to get it rendered, though. The next animation is... I bit off more than I could chew. And you learn by doing that, by all means. But I wish I could have had it done earlier this year. All right, time to change the music to lo-fi. Time to go out and beat the enemy with a stick. I need to make that sound more elaborate. Okay. Fortnite's finishing its load, then I have to move to the other screen because of how this system operates. I've not played this in 2 weeks, I think. So I expect I'll not be very good today. All right, so let me get some information out there so people know about the change in stream whatnot. Okay. Where? Here we go. I keep putting myself into the game chat here. And I'll claim all that and move window to the other screen. Back, minimize, move over here, pull it back up, pull this back up, pull this back up, and oh no, I don't do it through that. That causes it to glitch. Come over here. Windowed full. Silly Fortnite. This is the only way to get this to work on the screen. Keep changes. Okay. With that speed, you could probably get by using the Scooby-Doo run sound. Yeah. Indeed, indeed. All right, so let me put this out to the Discord here that we are going to start the game session here, and then we will see who shows up for this. For those that are watching on the 3 different platforms, these games are open for people to participate in. All you have to do is be part of the Discord, so that way we can have communications, because my in-game chat always glitches. But it is open. The only thing I ask is that people be, adults when they're on the game chat. We've had some problems where we had some people in the past that were a little too young for that, and we had them say some compromising things, so we can't do that anymore. I have to know who you are. All right. Stream pack, starting the Fortnite section of the stream. There we go. Good to go. All right, in the meantime, I'll start off with one of these shorter blitzes. One of the great things about this game is that they brought back the hammer recently, and now I don't know if they still have it, but I've seen it a couple of times, got to use it, and man, it is a lot of fun to use. I prefer the melee combat. Now, over this next week, we have a couple of neat projects that are coming to their conclusion. One is the Lego Sasquatch video. Hopefully that gets rendered out here very soon. The other one is Pharaoh and the Smith. Pharaoh and the Smith is a short 20-30 minute read, and it's going to be on the website. It's a free thing. I might do like a print copy of it later on, but right now I just kind of want to put it out there to experiment with it, see what people think of it. And also it gives me a chance to experiment with the book portion of the website. I spent time earlier this spring programming it, and it turned out well. I like it. It still has a couple of glitches, though, so we will see what kind of happens with that moving forward. All right, let me just do one last change here. Where is the Fortnite here? Is there any difference here? No, there isn't. We're in the clear. Now, a couple of years back, I got the chance to do some pretty big Fortnite streams, and during that time frame, they had the castle, like what we see currently below us. Now, back then, people were really pushing, like, hey, you should become you should do far more Fortnite streams. I was like, no, there's more interest in wanting to try and do art and whatnot. And so while I can be decent at this game, by no means a pro. Oh, they got hammers. Oh, they got hammers. Oh, I got a hammer. That's stupid. Yes. Okay, there we go. I should have paid attention to that. Like I said, I'm not a pro, but when it comes to using hammers, I am pro-ish. I won a competition actually using the hammer. My computer was glitching something fierce, and I messed that up. My computer was glitching a ton, and I was unable to see anything the whole game, and I finally came to the very last moment where the my computer's glitching like right now. I was having problems, and I got the last kill, and so technically I won, but I didn't win because I had spent the whole game hiding in a little area. Okay, drink that, get out of there. I'm in trouble. Come on, get out of there. Where are you? Oh, you jump way high. There we go. Hey, hammer. Yes, okay, now I got 2 hammers. Get out of here. Playing with the hammers is a good smashing time. Oh, hey there. Oh, do you have a golden one? Oh-ho. Get out of here. Oh, I messed that up, Oh, I am way out of practice. Haha. Oh, you did not have a golden one. It just looked like it. Interesting. All right, 3 hammer strategy, ready to go. Oh, do you have a sword? I dare say. Would you like to give me that sword, good sir? What sort of sword is that? Or is that just a pickaxe? Well, I am messing up my trajectory. There we go. That's much better. Oh, come on. Okay. I like this hammer so much. Oh. What the heck? Was I really that low on health? Just a second, I gotta play this back. What was my health at? Yep, that guy's hacking. Okay, that guy's indeed hacking. Wow, that is a blatant hack. Wow. Yeah, that's a one-hit kill. That explains why he was using that sword. It was a pickaxe. Well, that is about as blatant of an elimination as I have ever seen. Used a pickaxe to insta-kill players. Hopefully enough people report him for that one. That is not common. That's wild. Huh. All right. Return to lobby. They added Godzilla skins. Cool. Yeah, they did indeed. It's one of my favorite skins. You know, one of the things I got to do early on in this in my streaming life was interact with some bigger streamers on their Fortnite games. I was brand new and I didn't really want to do it. I thought it was dorky, and then they came out with the hammers and suddenly everything became fun. I do wish very much that I kind of could go back and interact with some of those people still. But sometimes things change and connections that you have disappear. It's a shame, really, because some of them I really do hope are doing well. I feel like I can't interact with them anymore. Oh, good, we got hammers again. Let's get rid of this. Try and come and interrupt a man that's drinking, would you? Oh, that was interesting. I missed this map. Oh, 2 for 1. Did I hit him? Nope, I didn't. Give me that hammer. Oh, you're messing up just like me. Oh, come on. Oh, psych. Oh, I messed up the timing on that one. I knew where he was coming. Oh, hey there. Okay, he's got gloves. That's no good. Get out. Phooey. Blast. I got to do some... I got to get the last bit of drawings figured out for the intro that I've been working on this last 2 weeks. And ended up going to bed last night at 5 in the morning. But got the artwork done, which is good. After that happened, I ended up editing the animations just so that they were good to go. And send it off this morning. It looks a lot better than what it used to. But there's still areas that, man, I wish I could go back and redo them. To really refine it, make it perfect. But you can't make things perfect in this life. If anything, you can at least get close, but you will never get things to be truly perfect. Oh, great. I don't want a teleportation mask. I had to play those early games of Fortnite, though, with a guy who loved to stay in the storm. He fought from the storm constantly. Come on. There we go. It's like you just have a little bit left. I got used to fighting from the storms and trying to keep up with him. And it was difficult. Now, as a result, it made me not as terrified of the storm. And at first, I was very nervous. It's like, great, my health is disappearing. I was trying very much to try and stay on top of everything, and it was not working. Come on. I'm terrible with shotgun. Always have been. So sometimes you have a fear that ends up kind of being misplaced. And for me, the storm was something that I was a bit of afraid of because it was constantly eating away at my health. And so I didn't know what to really do about that. Well, just like anything, fear can be a powerful motivator, or it can be a hindrance. And for me, it was becoming a hindrance in this game. And pretty soon I learned instead to charge towards the threat, and I found far more success as a result. But I learned that by having to try and keep up with somebody who had no fear of the storm. And in doing so, I myself learned to have no fear of it either. Oof. Well, I didn't have a hammer, so I kind of wanted to have that hammer. About 2 years ago, we had a lot of participants in the Friday community games, and they went on for a fair amount of time, and we got into some pretty interesting and humorous games. One of my favorites was Among Us. Now, we had a request from the community to bring back Among Us. We just don't have enough people for that. But man, it is a lot of fun when you get people that are like in full, like are cosplaying their character, so to speak. It can get really fun. Then they got rid of the ability to have in-game chat. And so then we're like, well, at least the Discord worked for it. That's when we really started leaning into the Discord for all the communications. Oh, still no hammer. That's still this jump pad. I don't want the jump pad. Get it away from me. Okay, interesting. So when you're motivated by something like a fear, one of the things they can do is it can become overwhelming. One of the fears that I had in real life were yellow jackets. Yellow jackets caused immense pain to me in my youth, and I have a bit of a reaction. I'm not truly allergic to them, but I have a reaction to where it just causes some pretty bad swelling. And so for me, I got very nervous around yellow jackets as a whole. I didn't want to be around them. If they're in the area, I wanted to get as far away from the area as possible. I learned over time to instead face them head on. And I learned that a lot of the times the fear was, well, it wasn't actually a real legitimate concern. How do you reason that to somebody who has pain, though? Somebody who does have a fear, how do you tell them that their fear of it is making the situation worse? Kind of like when I was playing with the guy that was dragging me into the storm. You have to learn through experience. You have to learn by seeing someone in that position. And then you too have to follow them. And when you're like, hey, I'm in trouble, how do I get out? He's like, don't worry, you're fine. You got plenty of health. Just keep pressing on. That's very intimidating to people early on, and it causes a lot of folks to freeze up. You do have the ability, though, to overcome it. And by getting to follow in someone else's footsteps, you get to learn that technique. I'm in trouble. That was close. I'm not good with those sorts of shots. Stop laughing at me, Yoda. Yoda, whenever I get eliminated, should have this sound effect. I like the fact that I can just cue sounds whenever I want nowadays. Man, it was so obnoxious when Stream Elements stopped working. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. That guy's got good accuracy. I'm out. Ah, shoot. Whoop-de-doo. One of the great things about Stream Elements is it has the ability now to start telling stories, of which I really want to try and utilize that. I don't know how to pace it, though, because all my stories are super long. But I do want to incorporate it in some way. I just gotta think of the right stories to put into it. Maybe I could break up the story that I did for the fan stories that I did last year. It's almost 2 years ago now. I've been streaming for almost 4 years now. Something like that. Man, that's a lot. It's had highs, it's had lows. In the glory days, there were an average of like 200-300 views a day. Now it gets to a couple dozen, which is, still fine. I don't have any real complaints about that. But it is something where some people do get discouraged by stuff like that. And it's a reminder that to us, like, hey, you know, ooh, that was close. It's a reminder to us that times will change. And if you can endure it, maybe there's some really neat things that will happen in the future. I wanted to see what would happen. Well, I should have tried it when I didn't have a hammer on me. But as a result, times do change, and one of the things I've been debating getting rid of are the community games. And they will probably make a comeback. Earlier this spring, I thought about getting rid of them, and one of the things is that schedules is just too difficult, which makes sense. But it is something where you have to learn to shift with the times. And right now, the main focus needs to be on the content that I'm making. And based upon how that turns out, maybe that will change the direction of things. I'm not sure. If I could snap my fingers and have things change and become a certain way, I would very much like to have an animation studio. But that reality is, well, not very realistic, especially nowadays. So hard to get started. And one of the things you need is people that understand and appreciate the... oh, wait just a second. Dagnabbit. I didn't realize I had that messed up. Wow. My audio was off. Dang. There we go. Now we got the sound of hammers. Where'd the banana go? Did that banana split? Apparently he did. Whoa, that's a big jump. Surprise! Out of the trees came Aang. Surprise. And goodbye. There's the banana. Come back here, banana. Wunderbar. Get out of here, Gerald. Oh, look at that. You're stabbed in the back. Don't worry, I'll help you. Oh! Now I'm stabbed in the back. But times do change. And before community games, we had roleplay. The roleplay games got... they had a lot of potential. It's a shame that they fell apart. But at the same time, they had to fall apart. So that way, bigger and better things could be figured out in that process. One shouldn't be worried about change. Change is perfectly fine. Change is good, but it doesn't feel like it in the moment. Now, I've had enough change in my life to where for me to experience change is not overwhelming. It's not troubling. For some people, it is troubling. For some people, it's crippling. The fear of the future can be devastating. The ability to be patient, crippling. It's one of the reasons why we need to encourage one another in the midst of our challenges. Eventually things will make sense. Eventually clarity will come about. But it's really hard to wait. Good, another hammer. Get rid of that so I don't mess up. What the heck was that? Aha, it's a bunny head individual. Get out of here. Cities are made for people, not bunnies. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. You're not the bunny. Where'd the rabbit go? Bring me back the wabbit. You're not the wabbit either. No, the guy I was chasing. But you got the hammer. It's gonna make me think you're a bot. Oh, wait a minute. You're the one who took the rabbit. Oh, that was close. What sort of weapon did you have? Did you have the gauntlets? Oh, silly tree, get out of my way. What is that you have? Aha. Another pickaxe hacker. Well now. So it's not a one-time. Somebody, somewhere, figured out a hack. 2 times in the same day. That's really strange. Wow. That is super rare. I just watched the playback and I was jumping away too, so. Yeah. That's a shame. Wait a second, something happened. Things just glitched on my end. Nope, never mind. It glitched just a little bit. Okay. Oh well. We got 2 more. We got another 2 hours right now before we wrap the stream up. We're gonna go for another hour of this, and then we'll go back to art. Maybe I'll do a speed animation. Not sure. I don't do daytime streams very often. I do them very, very rarely. It's for a reason. Most of the time I want to spend the daytime actually being productive. Streams I'm not as productive. I mean, I can be, but I ramble too much. And while that can be good for listening content, it's not very good for production content. When that guy landed near me, I thought he was going to try and pull the pickaxe hack. Is that John Wicks? Oh, no, you're not. Who are you? Oh. Look at that. Pickaxe hack. Well, I'm going to go to the original game, because obviously there's something weird going on. Someone found an exploit. I wonder if anybody's talking about this online. Let me... He's also not taking damage. Oh, now he is. Never mind. Alright, let me take a look here. What is currently out there? Wait a minute. Oh. It's a feature now. That explains it. So, that was actually normal gameplay. My bad. Oh, wait. No, I don't want the OG. I want the current one. Zero build. Here we go. This is the one. So it's not a hack. It is actually standard gameplay at this point. Apparently one of the medallions that I was picking up did it, and I don't read the text on the medallion, so thus I did not realize. Oh well. Let me do one last check here. We might end the Fortnite side of this earlier. We'll see. Last night there was a lot of winds. Well, not last night. 2 nights ago, there's a lot of wind that came to the area. Broke some of the trees. There's a tree outside of where I am, and just got snapped into. We have winds up here called Willowa winds. In some circumstances, it can be almost like a tornado. But in the reverse, rather than sucking air up, it's like the air forms a fist and just pounds into the ground. It can level vast sections of wilderness in a moment. And I've not personally gotten to witness it, but I think we got pretty close because a couple of trees did break. Soon there will be snow on the ground, just like over here. And those winds did change the temperature around here quite a bit. Now feels like we're in full winter. Well, sorry, full fall in preparation for winter. It's lovely. Oh, look at all this. Time to bathe and splash. There we go. Ooh, spray mist. Haven't seen that in a while. Okay, why am I not grabbing this? There we go. Hello. I got a hammer, but a different type of hammer. Hammer assault rifle. Oh, I got full shield. That's right. A couple of years ago, we used to do prop hunt in this game. Those were a lot of fun. There was a Christmas one that I was wanting to try and bring back last Christmas. Couldn't actually pull that off, which was unfortunate because it was a good map. Hopefully they still have it around for this next Christmas. One of the things about the hammer that is really beneficial is that it does not have any kickback, and so some people would tape a little target marker on their screen, and that way they could no-scope it. I consider that a bit of cheating, but one guy became a pro by doing that. Hello, who is out there? Oh, I messed that up. Ah, come on. I had the drop on him and I fouled it up immediately. There we go. Take that, Anonymous. Ooh, what is that? Hello? Super Soldier reduces stamina consumption. Oh, I like that. Is that an earthquake? I think it might have been an earthquake. Small one, though. It's tough because sometimes it could be someone dropping something upstairs or whatnot, and you don't really know until it comes out in the report, like, oh, the whole state felt it. Yeah, that's good. I miss the avatar abilities. Those were a lot of fun to use. The air nomad, able to just travel at speed everywhere you go. Oh, amen. Let me go this way instead. Okay, it's not an earthquake. Somebody's moving. Apparently a neighbor is like dropping something. Whenever I see this area over here, I keep thinking about Darth Vader talking about salmon. Oh, he's out of distance. View distance in this game is so ridiculous. Whoa, 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 whoa. That guy's got way good accuracy. Well, I got a plan. Plan B. Flee. Come back when you got a better strategy. Welcome to the Fortress of Solitude. A place that I'm quite well familiar with. When I think of Solitude, I think of the stupid song Talk to the Trees from Paint Your Wagon. Haven't thought of that song actually in a while. What was that glow? Interesting. Well, I endure. The guy did not chase me, thankfully. Hopefully I can find some decent ammunition, some weapons and ammunition to actually be able to deal with these players, but right now I am unfamiliar with what is available on the map. Hello? What have you got? Nope. You got nothing. You pointed me this way? Yeah, it means nothing, because you're just an NPC with absolutely no intelligence. Mark. Superman. Oh, wow. Whoa. Apparently I took his. I thought he was trying to take mine. And now this one's mine. Interesting. Okay, someone's here. Get out of here. I'm not fully shielded up. Yep, I think that's the guy from earlier. But I have a strategy to keep running. Some call me a coward. And yes, you could say that, because I know I'll get eliminated if I face him. But I also plan to play the long game and come back and deal with him later on. Is that a bazooka? Hello. Oh, okay, that is indeed. Dang, that's not good. Kind of feel like in the Dark Knight when the SWAT guy looks over and says, "What's that? Is that a bazooka? I didn't sign up for this." All right, head back to the lobby. Give us another try. It's quite a day. There's something I want to say about clout chasing, because I've been thinking about this ever since I came across a guy who's been doing that. Not to my chat, necessarily, but to a chat that I have been participating in for a while. There's somebody who's doing clout chasing, and pretty hard. And it's... I understand why people want to clout chase. I don't agree with it. I think it's destructive. But I can understand why people want it. What is bad is when it starts to take on the when it starts to become very aggressive and demanding. Well, there's a guy who was doing this recently. He's leaning hard into it. He's trying to do everything right for building clout. But there's one thing he keeps failing at: being genuine. And so he comes into the chat, it's like, I just need a couple more views to be able to get monetized, and I want to share links to the stuff that I make. He's very aggressive about it. I would have kicked him out a long time ago just because of how he's behaving. But that is not my decision. That's interesting. Well, one of the things I've noticed with it is that it doesn't win over the viewers that he keeps thinking that it does. He comes in and is like, I gotta be able to do this. I'm gonna clout chase whatnot. I'm gonna be... Oh, that was bad. Why did I think that I was gonna do that? Obelisks are dangerous. They're slippery. Wow. The obelisk takes another victim. Because I'm sure somebody else has done that before. So he's clout chasing. Very desperately, too. And I've noticed that his channel hasn't grown. Now, it's fine if a channel doesn't grow. That's not a problem. That's nothing to be shamed about. But he's doing it for all the wrong reasons. And so I look at it and think, this is with the effort being put in. And nothing changes. Trying to find things that matter is hard for this generation. We don't know what matters, so thus we think fame matters. We think clout matters. We think being able to live in with all the vices of this world is meaningful. We don't stop to think, hey, what if denying stuff is meaningful? How many of us is going to sign up for that? Hey everybody, fun opportunity. Give this up for a time. Won't this be great? You don't hear people say that. We're in a generation that wants, that demands. It doesn't really need anything. But we want desperately. Despite being in a nation where prosperity, the ability to become prosperous, has kind of never been greater. Now, granted, we're also losing it a lot faster than any other era, so that becomes a bit of a problem. But it is interesting to consider. So in the process of trying to clout chase, it ends up creating a lot of grief. That's not something you typically hear people talking about. There is a whole lot of grief from people that are constantly clout chasing. And so this guy thought that he was doing the right thing, thought he was finding success. But in the end, what he was really doing was he was sabotaging his own future by focusing on the trivial. What is this? He wanted fame to replace the need for purpose. He wanted community to take in the replace for family. Bugs. Blech. Whoa, hey there. Gross. Get out of here, buggies. What are you doing walking around with ammo inside of you? Gross. Aha, you can't get rid of it. Aha. Well, okay. So that's what I need to do. What is that? A bug blaster. Ooh, that's strong. That was easy. This bug blaster is very overpowered. At least against these things. Maybe that's what it's for. Blasting bugs and nothing else. I guess if you got another bug blaster rather than ammo for this thing. Yuck. What is this one? Oh, hey there. Good thing I have another one of these in the local area. Okay, gotta go get the other bug blaster. I will be the bug killer. People will remember me. Or at least that's what a lot of people like to think. In truth, no one will be remembered for just about anything, other than if you were known for being merciful, kind, or being a tyrant, honestly. Take that, bug. That's right. We don't like bugs around here. Bugs are gross. Speaking of bugs being gross and powerful, take this. Oh, it doesn't insta-kill you? Yeah, get bugged. That's interesting. can't grab that? Oh, okay, I can. Never mind. Oh, it's a different color. That's what the problem was. Oh, more of you, huh? That's right. Slay the bugs. No one wants bugs around here anyway. The horde is gross. Books are stuck to the side of the shelf. Hello. Looks like roadkill up ahead. Surprise! I get out of the vehicle too. He wasn't expecting that. Do the bugs come back? Is there a gas station around here? Okay, yeah, there is. Oof. Rush myself. Fun fact. Japan has seasonal chicken that they have every Christmas, and it is a tradition, and it's all because KFC lied to them, and then it became a tradition. It's kind of funny how that happens. Hello, where are you? You took a shot at me from over here. Yeah, there you are. The car can sniff you out. You didn't call for an Uber. That's right, waste your ammo. Waste it. Right, next time they reload. I messed that up. How dare you try and attack me? I'm just a helpless little Aang. So violent. Why can't you all just be peaceful? Now I gotta fix my car again. Totally not oh. Ha ha ha. Fly, get damaged. That's right. Beware the car. The great and the mighty. Shooting me from the air? Oh, hello. What is that? What the heck? Did he just destroy the entire thing? What was that? Was it this? No? Maybe it's a one-time use weapon? It's not this, was it? It's not like some sort of special power associated with this? Dang, I should have thanked that guy. He saved me from certain doom. Sure is tough being an airbender without any air to bend. Someone's up there. Time to see what this does. Oh, it's just a shockwave? Whoop-de-doo. That's nothing. Wonder if I can break out of here with this. Yeah, it works. There you are. No, 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 no. Oh. Oof. A ranking. AORX rank, whatever that means. Graffiti that I'll never use. Too bad he can't sell it. crafted into other types of items. That'd be nice. I've not gotten a pass in a while, and partially it's because, well, there's no real point to it. I have a good collection of skins, and there really isn't a need for it. But I do know a lot of people that are super excited about the current additions, like the Halo characters. I've heard people get excited about that. That panda's interesting, but it's not one I would ever use. But I know some people that would definitely like that. You got a skin in this game for just about everybody. And then, of course, the Power Rangers. That got a lot of people excited. I'm happy with this character, though. I think this might be our last one. We'll see. Kind of depends. What to cover next? Let me get some more water. Be right back. Well now, Lord Vader. Well, tell me, Lord Vader. I see that you're right here in front of me. Are you, let me guess, Are you here to, try and find, your kids down here? You know, have I mentioned how very handsome you are in that very dark attire? Okay, no, but legitimately. I mean, that attire, it just makes you look great. It's like it just is full of it just makes you think that you are, came from a nice hot place. Like Mustafar. All right, I can take a hint. Execution. Wonder if there's another one around here. What happened to Lord Vader? Did he suddenly come back to life? Nah. There we go. I got to see some historic Japanese buildings when I was living in Japan, and they're really nice homes, honestly. I didn't realize how nicely constructed they are, so whenever I step inside these buildings right here, I keep thinking back to that experience. I'd love to go back to Japan, but the ability to do that kind of is getting harder. Some things are meant to happen for a time, and other times you keep wanting to go back and re-experience something, and it's just not going to happen. Even if you do, it's never going to be the same. It's amazing how often we long for something that we'll never get to see again. At least not in the way that we kind of want to see it. So what happens when you go through life and you are only focused on material things? Things like that become overwhelming. Like, I'll never get to experience Disney like back in the 90s. I'll never get to experience Germany like in the early 2000s. I'll never get to experience the cultural hope and optimism that the 1950s had. Hello, what is that over there? Oh, those beetles can be used as, like, vehicles? Kind of gross. Oh, a pill bug. Oh, that was close. Oh, golly. Oh, no. Get away from me. No. Just ignore the happy-go-lucky hopping Aang. Help me, Pillbug. All right, how do we get this to move faster? Tap in air, tap to bounce. Hold to increase weight. Oh, spacebar is how we hold. Okay, interesting. Can we service our pill bug here? No. Mind if we park here? Weird. Irashimasu. Yeah, so getting to experience something again, it can get disheartening. You start to long for the... Uh-oh, that's a storm. Okay, I do need to fear the storm at this point. I got 1 health. Dang, that was close. What the heck? Alright, got health now. Precision airstrike. Oh, that's what this guy used. Okay. We have that. Got the minigun. And then we got spray to be able to survive out here. Okay, that's good. Alright, time for some storm warfare. Hey, hey, hey. That's pretty nice. Got a lot of neat things here. Alright, Pillbug, let's see if you can damage people. This area down here is too problematic. What the heck was that? Whoa. Hello. Okay, so shooting them. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Whoa, that's big. Let's add to that carnage over there. AORX. Yeah, we should probably bring this to a close. Go back to art. Guess people are a little busy today. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but I still wish they had air bending back. But anyway, we will call it there. Let's go back to art and animation. So what should be done? Let me see what my task list is. You know, actually, I probably shouldn't wrap it up there. I mean, it would be nice to try and get some other stuff done, but most of the stuff I need to do is kind of needs to be just worked on regardless of stream. And so I work faster when I'm able to really like lean into it. Anyway, we will call it there. It's been this is our second time of trying a daytime time slot for the streams, and so we will continue to try it every now and again. Mostly we'll stick towards the evenings. We'll maintain that. Until next time, folks, have a very pleasant evening or morning or afternoon, everybody, no matter where you are. No matter where you are in life, be civil to one another and share that civility with those around you. Until next time, folks, have a very pleasant evening.